Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Sorry for being late as always. I'm not as late as I assumed I was late, so that's something I guess. I hope you had a nice 4th Advent yesterday. Now in the final few days before Christmas. Very nice. And I hope you had also a fantastic day so far. I guess it's a bit difficult for some people to attend on Monday this early in the, I don't know, in the United States or something. But yeah, for me it's evening already. And I couldn't make it yesterday or Saturday, so we had to move the watch party in the week. Just want to have it before Christmas. The Archer on the Twitch chat, PJ, nice to see you. Too nice, welcome. Mark, also welcome. And Silmarillion, also nice to see you here as well. So today we will have a watch party, and you already see the image here in the background of the legendary film Return of the King. Which, funny, it's Rückkehr des Königs, which I haven't noticed again. Is it also Rückkehr des Königs in the thumbnail? Curious. Yeah, that's Return of the King. Okay, I got the right one. I selected the wrong thumbnail. But it's a German title, Die Rückkehr des Königs. I think I did a German watch party once, and this thumbnail exists in two variants. I selected the German one by accident. Same time as last time was the same mistake. I was just seeing the image. Yeah, it must be that. He just clicked on it. It was the wrong one. So now it should be fixed. Sorry for the inconvenience. Next thing I want to do, yes, we have to explain a few things. As always, like we are always a bit heavy on the explanation part of things here. So, watch party. I of course can't stream the film itself. So if you're here for watching Return of the King, I can't do that because that's illegal. And I don't want to get in trouble. So I will show you a timer, this one here. And where is it? Did I close it again? So if I press on start, which we won't start yet, don't worry. Yeah, the time will go up and you can synchronize your film with my timer. I have to switch Blu-rays in the middle of the film. I think it is at the time they fling the heads over the wall or something like that. At least it's close to the siege of Minas Tirith. There will be a break, which we will have. So I have time to grab some snacks there, go to the bathroom or whatever. And that is how things will work out. Then we have, welcome Jack as well, nice to see you. There will be a break, yes, that was the point. So you synchronize your movie with my timer. We watch Return of the King in the extended edition, and you have to find, like, I don't know, DVD, Blu-ray, a streaming service or whatever, and watch along and synchronize. We'll give you a timer then in a moment, or a countdown in a moment. 3, 2, 1, let's go, and then we start and watch the film. Same explanation as every time. Then after the break, I will show you a second timer. Not to confuse with second breakfast. I also make this joke every time, but then because the second disc starts at 0. So for those who also have a 2-disc version of the film, you can synchronize then with that. The timer might be off a little bit, but it doesn't matter too much, you know. And yeah, we just talk over the film a little bit about some trivia and lore things and other things. Sometimes we will just shut up for a moment. So there is that, like the last watch parties. I really like Return of the Kings. Definitely also, I mean, all the 3 films of the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings films are great. I think I like Fellowship most, but Two Towers is also awesome. Return of the King was for a long time also my favorite of the 3, but it kind of changes a bit here and there. And I hope you people are ready soon. I didn't push out too many social media things out. I simply had not the time, like my last days were very busy. I also hope you watched the new War of the Ring, Who is Elrond video, the last part of it. Completed the series after 4 years of work. Pretty surreal. Good evening, Bobby, nice to see you. Yes, twice. Jack also already watched it twice, so thank you for your watch streak. Very impressive. Archer also won a streak, thanks for that as well. On Twitch there's this stream streak feature. And I want to show the chat that's missing still. I'll show it here. That's a YouTube chat. There's also a Twitch chat and so on. Currently, the German Twitch channel thing. Not much, a bit going on. So we have 3 streams here on YouTube, one on the English Twitch channel, one on the German one. And yeah, is there anything else I have to say? If you watch this later as a VOD or whatever, keep in mind that it takes some time for me to get out all the ad breaks that YouTube adds automatically. So I might get quite a few of those very early on. So we start hopefully soon. I'm 100% sure. Where to post. Interesting, my browser just tells me I should make an update. Well, why not? I need 1 minute to get the setup ready. Don't worry. The question is it a Chris minute or a normal minute? But yeah, not sure, people, how you enjoy the Lord of the Rings films. Wait a minute. So let me think, chat. I post it on Discord. In theory, I still have to post it like on the thing here. Good thing the movie has been out for 20+ years. The background pictures, kind of a spoiler. Yeah, it maybe is. So in the book, to be fair, Aragorn gets Anduril in fellowships already in the Council of Elrond. So on paper, so to say, he has the sword already for 2 movies. 1.5 movies. Let me just see the link here. Let me post it on maybe I need to switch the language here. Yeah, is there anything, other questions in chat, or is everything clear as day? Clear as day, an idiom. I hope. I should write it extended edition. Nice. I have a question. Have you announced the banned topic yet? Yeah, we won't talk over Rings of Power in this stream. It's a banned topic. Last time I got carried away again because it kind of triggers me. I don't want to talk about the show at all. So that will not be the topic. Hey Martin, nice to see you. Rings of Power. I don't mind if people like it. Just don't. We should not discuss it. That's, I think, the most important part. Is there anything left to say? I know the time is a bit unfortunate on a Monday. It would be better yesterday, but I couldn't make it yesterday. It was, as time-wise, not working. And it was a long day yesterday for me. It was really a tough day. This weekend was really tough for me. Slept very little and had a lot of work to do. So there's that. Hey, it's nice to see you. Also, I'm not sure when I release it, maybe on the 24th, the all-in-one version for Who is Elrond. So that will be, I don't know how long it will be, I've not started yet, but I assume 11 to 12 hours, something like that. We will see in the end how long it will be. It will be a long video, and there's all the Who is Elrond videos combined in one, with also a change in the second video. There's a mistake I made, and a section will be replaced there. I already voice recorded this ages ago. I just have to find it, and then stuff will change. Also, as said, yeah, if you haven't seen it yet, I can also, of course, I want to make a hint at that there is a new video out. If you haven't seen it yet, watch it maybe later. It's an hour long. It's was a tough video to make. Was a lot of work. Just post it here in chat. That's the newest law video here on my channel, just released yesterday, and yeah, it was tough. It was really tough to make, but it's completed after so many hours. Very happy. I'm curious to see how the final thing will work out. Channel performance on the video is not great, to be honest. It's I think out for 24 hours, I think. It was yesterday 15, yeah, from my perspective. So 4 hours ago, it's 28 hours out. We have 300 views on it. That's not great, to be honest. I wouldn't say abysmal, but it's kind of abysmal. But maybe things change. I don't know. Also, because I had a lot of AI law videos out, I maybe thought about maybe it's a good idea to say, well, it's not an AI video. You might think it's an AI video because it's long, but no, I worked for it without any. There's one usage of AI. I have to edit out the DVD thing. You know, when you have a DVD player, you have this little bar at the bottom, and I made usually I wait where it says that the time code where you are on the film and options and stuff. And use the Photoshop remove tool to get rid of it without making the screenshot again of the film thing. That saved me 5 minutes of lifetime. That's, I think, the only use of an AI tool I know of, just as a disclaimer here. Other than that, everything is researched from the books and written down by myself and edited myself in my editing software. And that was around, I don't know how much time went into this video. I worked like a month on it, I would say. So I don't know, could be like 150 to 200 hours of work in it, maybe more. I'm not sure, but quite a bit. So I think, yeah, because the film is 4 hours long, we should start pretty soon. So I hope you people are all ready, and then we can hopefully jump into it. Maybe I also do something for the other thing, you know. Okay, Arthurian is ready. Awesome. I have people ready in chat. Then I will give you a timer, countdown. From 3 we start on go. Where do I move this screen here, chat? Well, maybe keep it just here. I have to move this here around. Then I have to find this. Okay. I have to switch this to this screen. Okay, I'm almost ready. I just have to select the correct chapter. I already prepared that at least. I started cooking dinner and I've delegated the rest of the cooking process. Nice. So chat, I would say if everybody's ready, then we start in 3, 2, 1, let's go. Classic New Line Cinema logo. Curious what they come up with in the future. Let's go. Now we learn the background story, or the story of Gollum. I will at times hint at that I will at times hint at that we what we currently see. Currently we see Deagle falling to the water, Mr. Fish. If the ring had been swallowed by a fish, would that fish had gotten the aspiration to become lord of all fishes in the Anduin River? Maybe, yeah. Definitely possible. I think though, it's a good question. Like, Tolkien usually differentiates between animals / beasts and men in a way that they have no, I'm not sure if they have no soul, but something like that. Ring only works when it's around the body part, not within. It was not tried yet. No, that's a good point. Does not make you invisible if you hold it just in your hand. The question is, does the fish have the will to control it or be controlled by it? Does the ring can communicate with the fish? I don't know. It is possible, yes. Gandalf at least says that one of the reasons Bilbo did not turn to Gollum, basically, was that he started his ownership of the ring with mercy and pity. Different for Gollum. And maybe it would have been different for Deagle as well. So, well, it would be hard to tell. But I guess both were kind of doomed here. So many questions. Yeah, that's a difference also. Like, Smeagol was potentially not a nice person in the first place, which might be different for Deagle. So maybe his chances were a bit better. I guess in the end, he would have been corrupted by the ring as well. It's kind of a miracle that Bilbo was not corrupted. Hey, Schnarke, nice to see you. I recently saw a video about some of the early audition stuff of very young Andy Serkis there. The development of this. Originally, they searched for a voice actor, and Andy Serkis had to convince them that his body performance and so on would kind of work. They had no face capture yet, so basically the animators looked at the face of Andy Serkis and had to animate Gollum from this. That must have been so much work. Yeah, Schnarke. Thank you. So sad to see, in a way. And Andy Serkis' portrayal of Gollum is just so iconic and kind of changed things quite a lot after it. I would call it groundbreaking in film when it comes to the technology and so on. Yeah, exactly. In this interview, he said the sounds were inspired by his cat coughing up. Legolas also, Lana Bloom also says about Legolas. Interesting. It was a funny typo. Well, the A and the S are right next on the keyboard to each other, so I assume it's a typo. Yeah, it's true. They actually dogs are and cats are definitely mentioned in negative ways. It's actually a good observation. Like we have what was the name? You start with a B. Bresu, Bresil. Have to look it up. It was like a Gondorian princess who was a black Númenórean. Beruthiel, that was her name. She had a cat that was kind of mentioned negative in early writings. We have Tevildo, the prince of cats. Sauron called Shelob her cat, his cat. The spoils of victory. Yeah, now we see Isengard and the Ents here walking around. I like the expression on Gimli's face when he looks at them. Yeah, maybe they should. But they've already seen the hobbits, which were also mythical creatures for them. And Fangorn are neighbors, kind of. Oh man, what a speech. I would definitely say Theoden is not amused. Yeah. I think though the extended edition already makes it pretty cool. But yeah, there could be still more stuff from the book. I think also Mark mentions it. Yeah, he mentioned it here. And they hewed Hama's body before the gates of the Hornburg after he was dead. You're also not amused. I can imagine. But yeah, here we come to the one of the biggest differences towards the books. That Saruman dies much later in the book. Voila. Kind of brutal, this scene. Impaled Saruman dragged under the water. Like that, the Palantir. Hey, Balder. No, Pippin getting addicted to telecommunication devices is bad. Yep. Oh, the Palantir. Yeah, but I like how the Palantir is in the sleeve of Saruman. That's why he keeps it all the time. Yeah, but the reason for this is, of course, Peter Jackson decided to cut out the Shire stuff. Not the Shire stuff, but you know. the Shire stuff, the Scouring of the Shire chapter. Yeah, the wide shots are always great, I agree. In general, something that Lord of the Rings does so well. You have often these wide shots and nothing happens there, but it just takes time and gives the world time to breathe, it makes it feel more alive, more real in a way. You can immerse yourself better in it. It also helps that often the cardinal directions seem to be kind of correct. I like the scene quite a bit because, well, what Theoden says here, it kind of underlines a bit his self-doubt a bit. It was also the words of Saruman, you are a lesser son of greater sires. You might have hit him. But the elves in Mirkwood get drunk. But they are just Sylvan elves. Legolas is a Sindar. They're drinking wine of Dorwinion. That's considered very strong. What I find very fascinating when I made the video, because usually you know the story and so on, but you don't look up every date for when something actually happens. And it's always fascinating to me how much things happen just in succession, like just in a couple of days. Like the Battle of the Hornburg was at the 3rd of March. Next day, on the 4th, they're already in Isengard. The 5th, they're in Isengard. They go on. They start traveling there. It was also such a cool scene where he talks to himself. when the path of the dead and reaching the Stone of Erech is already at the 8th of March, so like 3 days later. A lot of writing they have to do in this time here. Yeah, exactly. His mirror image in the lake is really a great device to do this here. No. I like how his little bit of spit is dropping down when he says this. Okay. Can stink. Yeah, the Battle of the Pelennor Field, for example, is at the 15th of March, so 5 days, 10 days later. Just 10 days. It's just so impressive what they accomplish in such a short time. Hey, Alexi, nice to see you. The look that Gollum throws at Sam, or gives Sam. He wouldn't hurt a fly, he just eats fish and rabbits alive. I do not like Gandalf sleeping with his eyes open. I think there's a reference for that in the book, isn't there? Elves also sleep with their eyes open. Now thinking about it. It's kind of strange in my opinion, but yeah. Pippin dialed the wrong number. Look westwards to Valinor. Yeah, I'm muted. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, they I think they do this to sell the scene later better because they portray Cyrodiil with a bit of tension. Understandably, he's maybe angry. Where was Gondor when the Westfold fell, and so on. And they make him a bit reluctant here with the helping. And then the later scene, and Rohan will answer. I think that kind of shows a bit that though Theoden has a pretty tough year, or days or weeks, months here, that he still honors his word and so on. So he has to kind of overcome this a little bit. And he's a bit in self-doubt as well and so on. Yeah, in the books they well, I'm not sure if it before, maybe, I'm not sure, to be honest. I can maybe look it up. Warning beacons, yeah, the warning beacons are lit at the 7th of March. Gandalf reaches Minas Tirith at the 9th of March, you are right. Yeah, there was also Hirgon is his name. He comes also at the 9th of March and presents the red arrow to Theoden. Foolhardy, maybe he's the Duke. I like this line. You have now the elves walking, or Arwen leaving. Now, the red arrow is missing in the films, unfortunately, and unfortunately also Hirgon is slain on his way back to Minas Tirith. And his companion. He's found later by the others, I think, and his head is missing. Kind of interesting that we're back in Eriador here. Now we have so much time spent in Rohan, and now we're in Minas Tirith and so on, and surroundings. Basically east of the Misty Mountains, or I guess south. Hey, Merry Christmas to you as well. Have nice or merry and peaceful Christmas holidays. Also to all the others here in chat. Why did Elrond want Arwen to go ahead anyway? Why not plan to travel together? I guess for the film that the stakes are higher. Just a film thing, I would assume. I think in the book they wait there. Those two Smiths are the survivors of the Gwaisi Myrdain. That's a cool idea. The Smiths from Eregion, in the Second Age, who also worked on the Rings of Power. Now I'm a bit late. I'm currently also working on the thumbnail. Can maybe post it on. So nice to see it. We saw it already in the first film, interestingly. Now we see the city from inside. We see the top thing here. We see the Tower of Ecthelion, the white tree. Looks pretty cool. Like, also, I can only recommend. There's a picture of this scene from Ted Naismith, and it looks so similar in many ways. Like the concept art spirit of Ted Naismith, even though it was not officially a concept artist, definitely lives in this film here. I like this sentence. That's better if you just shut up. I like a small briefing of Pippin. You could argue they wrote to Minas Tirith for like a day or two. Why would they not talk about this particular thing on their way? But I would say, yeah, it's of course for the audience to explain everything. Who is this guy, and so on. Yes. It is for the audience. Well, there are civilians in Minas Tirith in the books. They had been evacuated to the southern fiefdoms for months at this point. I guess because they did not expect the attack here in the films. Yeah, in the book he he does send word to Theoden. In the book, he definitely suspects. I think that Sorongil is Aragorn. I also remember them saying in the books that there was a distinct absence of men. I'm abgelenkt. Also, I'm distracted by the film. Yes. More watching, less talking. And also doing some stuff in the background. I'm sorry. We'll talk more in a moment. It's also a scene from the book. It should be the statue of Earnur, the last king of Gondor. Hey, Annie, what's up? Nice to see you. Some streams planned. Well, we have this one today, and I stream the next few days as well. As always. The hat on the crown. The crown on the hat. It's a cool scene. I think that is also in the book. Forgot which chapter, but remember that. You mean the king that Glorfindel failed to sufficiently warn? Yeah, that one. I like this little cheers to just moving up his cup a little bit to Pippin. A cool little detail. To say thank you. There's Peter Jackson on the ship. Yay. Imagine Manwë talking to Glorfindel when he returned to Valinor. You could have given Earnur a little more warning, couldn't you? I'm just a fool's hope. Oh, that's okay because I'm a fool. They also redesigned the Witch King, I think, at some point. He looked more similar to Sauron's head, his helmet. Can you see me? Yes, I see you. Hello? Fool of a took, you could say, yeah? Yeah, funny. Gollum also says, I can see. We see these weird statues here in front of Minas Morgul. It's one of the few scenes where you actually get to see Minas Morgul a bit more. And here's this funny stair here. The Morgul Vale. At least I can see your message. I don't see yourself. If Talion from Shadow of War was in Lord of the Rings, with all his games logics, will he be broken? Yeah, because he has next level immortality. That's why, even though I like Shadow of War, I think it does not fit well into the lore from the premise of the game. We have also this, let's call it the signal beacon of Minas Morgul, that I think is also in the book. But yeah, the ability to just get slain and just be back full power without any consequences, that's a problem in the lore, or from a lore perspective. I have the winged steed. The fell beast. It has no name. In the book it has a beak, but no feathers. So it seems to be more bird-like. They made it more kind of dragon-like here in the films, but I guess okay. What's the most powerful weapon wielded by a good guy? That's a good question. The question is, would you count Turin a good guy? If so, then it is his sword. And it should be called Gurthang. I always confuse it with Durthang, but that's a fortress, I think. We have to think. I mean, you could also say something like the bow of Orome or something, but if we don't count Valar, unlimited arrows are pretty good. Yeah, not bad. Besides that, also Ringil, the weapon of Fingolfin, wounds Morgoth 7 times. So it's also not bad, I guess, for a weapon. You also must say Narsil was a very powerful weapon. It depends a bit what you mean with powerful, I guess. You could argue the power in of itself to do something is a powerful weapon, or is it what powerful deeds were done with this weapon? Eyegloss, also a good call. You should save all the good questions for law Q&A. Yeah, maybe that. How many unknown creatures have been seen in the lore? That's the nameless things that are the classics for an answer like this that Gandalf finds when he's chasing the Balrog in Moria, or when he fell and then back up to the top of it. And at the very bottom he sees these nameless things, as he calls them. And he says not even Sauron knows about them. So I guess that they would count. Hey, Tirza, nice to see you. Better than late than ever, yeah. Likely wounding Sauron, yeah, that when he had the One Ring. That's true. I guess Narsil also wounded Sauron when he had the One Ring, so it goes both ways. Did Círdan help Eärendil building Vingilot? He advised him at least. Magic user from the wild, besides the elf. I mean, in theory, you could argue that with the rings, early on, before they became the Nazgul, also, those could use some magic. Some of the men, but if you'd say creatures in particular, it's hard to tell. Maybe the raven, they can talk. I'm not sure if they are we don't know anything about the nameless, unfortunately. Maybe. The other creature, the only creatures you could, if you count as dragons, like Glaurung or something like that, would use magic, yeah. In some way. In the book, Denethor just bleeds the beacons. Denethor calls for help for sure, but yeah, in the films he doesn't. Good Hobbit climbing there, without a rope. I'm currently watching the Lord of the Rings Return of the King, so I don't know if I want to talk about a controversial topic. If it has to do with Rings of Power, no. And Pippin looks so proud of himself for a second, and then realizing the pile of wood he's standing on is actually burning. Yeah. I'm just curious what the controversial topic might be. I'm not sure if I want to talk about it. Such a cool scene with the beacons lighting up, the music, the mountains. Three crew in the return bomb. I'm not sure. Definitely. Howard Shorter did a good job here, I think. It's a perfect excuse for gorgeous landscape shots, yeah. Rohan Royal Guard armor looks so cool, especially in horseback. Yeah, definitely looks cool. Well, that's a discussion basically last stream. We had this so many times. I think woke ideas are not the problem of Rings of Power. It's just in general bad writing and no good vision for where they want to go with the story. Yeah, we can watch the last week VOD for that. I like how Theoden just takes his hand or arm and pulls him up and say, "You stand up, my young lad." I wouldn't say. I like how Mary has to learn how to ride a horse or slash pony. I think it's not that bad actually. War of the Rohirrim is okay. It's not fantastic, but it's okay. The ending is a bit. I think it's also relatively. We had some interesting ideas to integrate the lore. The ending as one of the biggest lore changes towards how what's actually written in the books. It's also such a cool scene with all the riders leaving Edoras, going to Dunharrow now. The sound of the orc. So yeah, the ending there they changed a little bit. I don't know why exactly. They did for the most part a good job. It's not too bad. Might watch it after Christmas. Take your sword and bear it unto good fortune. Poor friend of Faramir. The age of men is what? Over? I like this meme so much. What kind of food would you like to try from a Hobbit? And from a film perspective, when Frodo and Sam are on their way, and Sam is like have his frying pan over the fire and cooks like some I don't know some meat and stuff. That looked really delicious. Also from the Hobbit film, when the stuff that Bilbo gives to Dwalin, that also looks delicious. Fried mushrooms for sure. And this scene, interestingly, I think also Imrahil plays a role here in this scene actually, and later again. But Imrahil is omitted from the film. Now I have an interesting film fun fact that might come up in a moment or two, but I think it's in the second part. It has to do with Imrahil. It could also be in this part. There he is. So that's kind of an interesting. This man, them talking to Gandalf. I also mention it here in my let me see if I find out. Let me see if I find it. What is his name? Irolas is his name. Yeah, now I found it out. So this character in the film is called Irolas. However, he is his original role was Beregond. It's a character from the book that is in the guard of the citadel, and so on. And in the card game, he though is called Imrahil. Those are very interesting. Third company of the Citadel, yeah, third company of the Citadel it is. Yeah, admired Faramir and saw him as great, as brave warrior and a great leader. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting detail that there's this trading card game for Lord of the Rings, and in the trading card, he's not Irolas anymore. He is Imrahil, which is a very important character from the book, but who did not make it into the film. I'm not think I would like any orc food. Yeah, lembas would be interesting, to be honest, to taste. I always wonder how they taste. It's maybe good for diet. I would like to join the Epic party during the Hobbit, since they have almost everything that Bilbo has. There should be something I like, yeah, for sure. You just eat the head of a fish, but as yeah, you did. But I would not eat the head of the fish, maybe. But still, that looks pretty nice. In general, I think the stuff Bilbo has might be something I would like. Would be great for days you won't want to cook. Yeah, exactly. Or I don't know, if you want to. If it kind of also fills the stomach that you don't have the desire to eat, then I think it's pretty good. No, I like eating, to be fair, but sometimes. Or if you want to gain weight, yeah, that is true as well. I think gaining weight is only a problem if you're I don't know, an athlete that needs to gain weight. Then it becomes a problem at some point. Like if you do tons of training every day, like you need, and you're also a massive man, you need absurd amount of calories to accomplish this, to gain some weight. And then eating becomes very annoying at some point, but I think most normal people have not that problem. I want to taste a Balrog. I'm not sure if that's a good taste. No, I don't think I want to taste the Balrog. I don't know. That's so cute. Oh, that's my father that made for me. I like this little scene, how they kind of befriend each other a bit. Sam and Frodo lost weight for the third film. I remember them filming all 3 films at once, so probably not. I don't know. What kind of... Very thin by the time that the eagles picked up. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but I think he wasn't also Bilbo thinner when he came back. Frodo definitely came and came back thinner in the books, and the others. Now comes the infamous tomato scene. Well, crazy man does crazy decisions. In the first of the film, I wanted to be an elf, but now I want to be a hobbit because of the food. Should never had that he preferred Boromir out of Faramir. Crushing, definitely. Yeah, an elf would be not bad, I guess. Hobbit is also not bad, I would assume. I like this little detail where Gollum says to the Lembas. And the Lordship of Círdan. Well, not bad. I like how hobbits don't feel lazy when they sit around doing nothing. Elves seem like they would get judged if they napped 3 times a day. No, that's a good point. But though elves don't have to, or nap differently. Must be very hard still. Very uncomfortable sleeping like that. It's dark still. It's always dark. I like how Sam gets really angry here. I understand him. No, not really. Tolkien wrote a version where Numenorians once had fire weapons, guns in some form, but it was a long time ago, and Tolkien changed it again. Sound Endgame is to rule over the world as a god king, basically, putting everything under his will. Morgoth, his former master, he wanted to destroy the world completely, but Sauron wanted to rule over it and bring his own order over parts of it. So I guess both lied to themselves in a way that thinking that they could win. Building ships near Mithlond. There's a sea, mountains and forest. There's even dwarves nearby. It's not clear if the Blue Mountains are not deserted at some point again. Hard to tell what the relationship between Mithlond and the dwarves is. In theory, the main problem with elves and dwarves are between the Sylvan elves and Sindar elves. The Sylvan elves and so on. So all that were once Teleri. And in the havens lived mostly, I would assume, Noldor elves. I mean, Círdan is an exception to that, but some sort of craft, but hobbits can do nothing. I would like that so I could read all the day or go exploring. I mean, the hobbits are relatively advanced, to be honest, in many ways, because they're so anachronistic. barely noticed that Mr. Baggins' waistcoat was more extensive. Have you seen what Keanu can fight during the test animation? I mean, they had also boats in the Shire. Potentially not big ships, but some of that. They even had like in one sketch of Tolkien, they even had like I don't know, a Swiss clock or something like that, or a barometer, like a thing on the wall. The tomato scene, classic. By Balrog, I call Excellion. If my fortress gets attacked by Balrog, I'm better just you are just dead. Yeah, Gandalf had fireworks. There are the other devices of Saruman as well. Phone, yes, this weird thing. Yeah, it definitely is. But I think it's an interesting scene. I think justice. You mean justice for tomatoes? Yeah. Now the first mention by of Grimbold. I tried to find Elfhelm in the film. I could not find him. There's like on the trading cards. There's Elfhelm on one. There he is, Grimbold. Like he defended the forts of Eason, where also Theodoret fell, and had to retreat and scatter and so on. Explain this in my newest video, by the way. No, maybe in the book they are more magical. Could be. Also, the Great Company's missing. Galadriel sends message to a friend of Aragorn, and he comes here with 30 rangers of the Dunedain of the west of the north, and this is called the Great Company. Also accompanied by Eladan and Elrohir, the two sons of Elrond. But all of this is unfortunately missing in the films. Ja, bei Gambling. A lot of I like when he pulls a sword and Eowyn just dodges the hit. Yeah, definitely some changes here. Thank you, much appreciated, Heather. Elrond. I'm not sure if I muted myself when I said this, but they fuse the Elfstone and Evenstar together. Not sure if the white medallion that Arwen later gives to Frodo is you can call the Evenstar then in comparison, but well. Oathbreakers. Oh, its reaction is great here. Yeah. Actually, I'm not sure why he calls them murderers. They are technically not murderers, but oath breakers. They did not stay to their word, so they are not honorable. And that got them cursed, because they said when Isildur would call upon them. Also, we have Anduril, the Flame of the West. .5 feet long. He repeats the words of his mother. I gave hope to the world. I keep none for myself. I knew someone was gonna make that joke as soon as they didn't. Black quartz here on fire, I think. In the book, the complete Grey Company walks here. We're going with you, laddie. How old is Gimli at this time? I'm very bad with numbers, as I always say. I think he is older than Aragorn, and I think he's 130, 150, something like that. Well, 180 maybe? Definitely old. Let me just calculate it really quick because I don't know. This is the year 3019, which we are currently in. And he was born 2879. So 140 he's old. I always laugh when he calls Aragorn laddie. One that is cursed. Actually to Isildur, not to the last king. Do you think the films pretend that Isildur was the last king of Gondor? Looks kind of scary, this place. And yeah, on the path of the dead, they find the remains or the corpse of Baldur, I think is his name. That was a prince of Rohan, and he had the idea one day, I don't like my prince life here. I just go to the paths of dead and see what's going on there. And he broke his legs and died. Maybe the ghosts broke his legs. Hard to tell. After seeing that they scared him, he fell down, and then falling down, he broke his legs, kind of. And he couldn't escape from there. Here they find his remains and solve the mystery after a long time. And he's so scared going in. In first place, if he has contact with Isildur, yeah, he potentially recognizes it in a way due to this. I mean, it's a supernatural thing here, so I think he recognizes it. I mean, it's the same sword, it's just restored. And it's not the same sword, but a very similar sword. I would assume. Call me Dernhelm. Dernhelm? Dernhelm. It's maybe written on the sword. I'm not sure how. There's not much description of Andoril, I think. I like that he recognizes her in the movie. It seems like an unnecessary mystery box in the book. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I think we're also kind of as undead part of the unseen world. Maybe in the unseen world they can recognize the authority of the sword, or the legitimate. That the sword is legitimate. Reminds me a bit of an Asterix and Obelix film. Him trying to blow away the ghost foggish ghost hands. Valyrian steel is the explanation of many things in Game of Thrones. Interestingly, Narsil was in origin a dwarvish blade made by a dwarf, a legendary dwarvensmith. And here now it's now reforged by elves, so it's an elvish dwarvish, a dwarvish elvish hybrid sword. An international sword, yeah, you could definitely say this. And a long story, hard to track. Not clear where it originally, how it came to Numenor at one point. That step is not clear. It's assumed that it was like in the weapon chamber in the armory of Thingol. Yeah, in the book, and also a difference is they go to a stone that is massive. I'm not sure how big it actually is. The stone of Erech, which is spherical. What say you? Regain your honor. That's exactly what I said earlier. It's not like they were murderers or criminals, they just broke their oath, which is can have severe consequences. Interestingly, Elrond, when the Fellowship of the Ring was established, did not have them swear oaths. Maybe for exactly this reason, so that you can leave the Fellowship, say, well, that's enough, I have to go. I can't go any further than this. That they always have the freedom to leave. Definitely, oaths are a big deal. Welcome, Lucas. Nice to see you as well. But yeah, they have a stone of Erech, and this stone of Erech is outside of this mountain range. And when Isildur landed in Middle-earth, and they established Gondor and so on, it was one of the first things he placed there was this massive spherical stone, the stone of Erech. And interestingly, Tolkien in early versions during the writing process thought about that it's a tower, and that the stone of Erech is actually a palantir. But he, because the Númenóreans in exile, Isildur and Elendil and so on, brought the Palantiri to Middle-earth. The skull scene is definitely strange, but I think it's okay. I don't know, it has something in my opinion. Here we see the ships, and we see cities in the background here burning, actually. And yeah, the Corsairs of Umbar come and attack the east. Yeah, the east, the south. The southern fiefdoms and areas of Gondor. And there's a cool artwork of Ted Naismith where he shows the company walking here. And they basically, yeah, the Oathbreakers help defeating these Corsairs, and by sheer terror. The people they can't really interact much with the physical world, I think. The break should come up pretty soon. Here we see Irolas again. And interestingly, in the book, Faramir is saved due to the help of Imrahil. So I think Beregond, Irolas/Imrahil kind of fused together a bit. There he is, this guy leading them. Otherworldly, that fits the army of the dead. So yeah, it has something like an Indiana Jones adventure character. You know what I mean? The skulls. I don't know. I kind of like it. I can see why you might find it silly, for sure. Release the prisoners. Here's an interesting scene I noticed while taking screenshots. In this scene here at the top layer is gone. I think somebody, while filming, had his hand in the view of the camera, and you see a finger on the top for for one frame or two. Kind of interesting. It's a pretty brutal scene, actually. Like, some of these skulls look pretty, or these severed heads look pretty realistic. He's rarely looking out of the window. Say, wait a moment. There's like, I don't know, 1 trillion orcs in front of my city ready to attack. Denethor had the problem that he used the Palantir and I don't know, fought with the will and mind of Sauron for a while. And he kind of managed to get away with that, which is very impressive in of itself and speaks for Denethor's strength of will and mind. But he also saw visions, for example, or had a vision of the Corsairs also coming and so on. And on top of that, he suffered a lot when his wife died, and when Boromir's firstborn son died, he kind of snapped. Plus the stress using the Palantir, having this vision of basically Minas Tirith failing, and being overrun and destroyed and so on. And he was just in a very state of deep despair. You understand him a little bit better than here. He seems completely whack. I mean, he also the books he's kind of whack, but differently than I think it's portrayed in the films. Like if you see my videos, about the prelude to the Lord of the Rings and so on, the Hunt for Gollum, and the current one, I think you understand him a bit better. What is interesting that the life story of Denethor and Theoden is very similar. Theoden and Denethor lost their wife early. They lost their son in this war. So both of them were also attacked by Sauron or by the enemy. In the case of Theoden, it was by Saruman actually. But just at this point, a detail. Both had very troubled times they had to live through. But interestingly, Theoden kind of managed to get back and take right decisions and stay to his word, not drifting into complete despair and doing great deeds, making good decisions, listening to Gandalf. Like Denethor also saw in Aragorn like a rival, not somebody who would help him and so on. So his pride and ambitions got quite in the way of Denethor in his life, and from there it just escalated further and further. And interestingly, both died at the same day. Both died during the Battle of the Pelennor Fields, which is, I think, at the 15th of March, roundabout, the Third Age 3019. So their life paths, they're different characters, but their life paths are very, very similar. I like the sound when this one soldier at the bottom hits the roof of this one building. Now, yeah, the battle begins. I think after Grond also, I want to say, yeah, when Grond comes, the break will be there, by the way. We are not far away from the break. This door is, yeah, also the outer wall of Minas Tirith is actually black and kind of almost indestructible material, and only Grond, named after the mace, I assume, of Morgoth, the hammer of the underworld, can destroy the gate. It has some spells put on it. It's very interesting. I could imagine that he kind of planned it. I think, though, I never really noticed these similarities between the characters until I made these videos and did the research for it out as well. It's very similar, actually, if you think about it. I can't imagine seeing the head of a good friend or loved one catapult at me. Very effective. Yeah, definitely. It's definitely to strike fear into the enemy. I don't like is that he looks down on Theoden for leading his army in the front. Yeah. But at the end of the day, it's also something I said in my video. Like, everybody attends the funeral of Theoden at the end, and described that never a king of the Mark had such company, and the funeral of Denethor is not even mentioned. Like, this character is simply not mentioned anymore. That's kind of the huge difference. So at the end, Theoden doesn't have to care about if Theoden have to care about if Denethor looks down upon him. Because ultimately what Theoden is doing is right, even though it costs him his life as well. Theoden is at the end not rewarded with like a long life and seeing the end of it. By the way, the thing ends. We have to stop, chat. Pause. Hold the line, chat. We have to pause the film. Pause the film. We have to do the pause. See the DVD, Blu-ray, in my case, switch. But yeah, where was I? Theoden is not necessarily rewarded with a long life and seeing the end of it. He dies, he falls heroically in this battle, but he falls nonetheless. Same with Denethor. I think the main difference will be, though, how both of them are remembered. Yeah, he said to Tolkien, like, Christopher Lee was, I think, the only person to meet Tolkien in person, and he said, if you ever do like an adaptation, I want to play Gandalf. And I had to now to play Going Down History. Going down in history, and as Theoden the Renewed, is something to be sure. I'm not sure if Theoden actually really knew much. I'm not 100% sure here. Maybe that's also a possibility. But I think the ships coming down there and bringing reinforcements from the south and the Corsairs, this definitely showed, okay, now we are in trouble. There's no hope. You met him very briefly. Maybe it's exaggerated, I don't know. I just know that they must have talked to each other. I don't remember that Tolkien gave his blessing to this, but I think maybe Christopher Lee has mentioned something like this, like I would like to play Gandalf or something like that. It's a very short sentence. I could imagine that might have happened or not. I wanted to play Legolas or Frodo. I don't know the story, remember. I remember him wanting to play Gandalf. I'm not sure if it was like in the making of material or whatever, where Christopher Lee tells that in an interview. Yeah, maybe he had no funeral and there was not much left of him. I don't know. But usually, even if there's not much there, if he would have died heroically falling down the precipice, there might have been some form of funeral for him as well. But since he, I don't know, was absolutely insane at the end, not so much. Okay, chat. So short break here. I have to switch the disk really quick. Maybe I'll run an ad break here really quick as well. So yeah, what we will do now, chat, just for the thing. I'll show you an ad break. I will show you a second timer. You can already maybe show it. That's a disk 2 timer here, because the second disk obviously starts at 0 again. So there's that. Exactly. That's time for a snack. Give me a couple of minutes. You know, Chris time is a strange phenomenon in the universe. And I give you the break screen here for the time being. Also have to find my thing here. Also add a stream marker here maybe. Oh no, something's happening here. MKV file here. Yeah, that is also a possibility, but I don't dive too much into this particular section. I watch it over my Blu-ray disc thing. Though I would say the file would be more convenient, but whatever. I think it's a good thing after 2 hours to have a break. It's not bad. So see you people in a moment. Okay, chat, I'm back. Sorry for the long break. I hope you're all back and grabbed a snack or two, something to drink, and so on. And yeah, we continue with Disc 2 after Grond destroys the fantastic door of Minas Tirith, which is strong, but not strong enough. I think Tolkien intended for Theoden and Denethor to parallel each other, sort of like Gandalf and Saruman. They have almost the same backstory, but make very different choices. Exactly, I also think so as well. Devin calls him, I'm Saruman, as he should have been. I'm back with 2 drinks, awesome. The ring bearers all have a lot of similarities too, that's true. So there's definitely some reflection here and there, or some similarities, and yeah, this for a fantastic writer like Tolkien, potentially very deliberate choice. However, without furthering, not sure what I want to say with that, but well, I have to. I mean, first of all, I need to select the correct scene, which is this one here. Okay, I have things selected, chat. I would give, if you are ready, then I will give you a countdown. And it will be like, we start on go, as last time. And then I have to start both timers, which is a bit difficult to do, as you can imagine. But I will hopefully get it ready. Okay, Mark is ready. Lucas, what is he also ready? And I think I'm also ready. Yeah, I'm also ready to go. So I would say, chat, we start in 3, 2, 1, let's go. The warning shot is also a funny scene. So now, oh no, they shot Peter Jackson. There's a cameo of Peter Jackson there. The producers and directors and the the producers, the organization and money people both. I like how now in this scene Gollum just points at this weird cave. Well, we are in the mountains and it goes to Mordor close. Witch King lives nearby. And there's this weird stinky cave. And this weird Gollum creature who's completely insane points us into some random cave. Just go there. I can't see what can go wrong here. So for people with arachnophobia, well, that's tough. Tough to be in this place and watching this scene. It's sticky. So yeah, maybe Gollum did this here. I think he also almost repentant from this idea. But yeah, this way he basically wants that Shelob kills Frodo, and he picks up the ring. He has pointed out this plan before, so he has technically not broken his oath to Frodo. In a way, he has, but it's kind of debatable. So maybe very smart of Gollum here. Relationship with Shelob, yeah, that will be also very interesting. It may just be legend, but I heard that Tolkien had some scary encounters with dangerous spiders when he grew up in Africa. And spiding, I think it's a kind of weird urban legend thing. Like, it is possible. I think in the letter he mentioned that he does not fear spiders or so. I'm not sure. And then look, yeah, some of the scouts don't look human for sure. Maybe orcs is. I like how he gets really angry here. Can you imagine Sam going up all the stair again for his friend and going to the crazy spider cave? Just to help his friend out. That's some dedication. Sam's amazing. Yeah. This is so cool, the story. It's a bit difficult to explain in short, but the light of the star is the light of Silmaril, and that once devoured by the mother of Shelob, almost. And what would happen if Frodo drinks the light? He glows from within then, I think. Classic Pete Jackson. No, Frodo, you lost the light. Not good, Mr. Frodo. But yeah, it's kind of interesting that it is a broken promise by Morgoth here that keeps this light alive in a way. The Silmarilli. Else Shelob would have eaten them, then Morgoth almost gets eaten. In the end, it bites Shelob's daughter. Glow in the dark Frodo coming to a spider cave near you. Yeah, maybe. I wonder how the water tastes. Somebody asked what stuff I would like to taste. Well, maybe this water. Not sure though if it's healthy to drink. He does not have Sting right now. Glow stick liquid. Do not drink glow. Yeah, you should not drink glow stick liquid, I think. Yeah, that's a good point. That's such a cool scene here. No pressure though. Yeah, this scene is so awesome. Vision Galadriel pulling him up. Time is, by the way, against us, chat. That's so beautiful and inspiring. Definitely. And Merry with his barrow blade definitely saves the day later. Grunt, donk. It's a pretty impressive door. Now comes one of the few mentions of Anarion in the film, I think. I'm steward of the House of Anarion, he says. Well, be careful that I not suddenly start talking German. Yeah, exactly. Letter 163. That's something like this. There was like an incident, and I think he says, well, it was not the influence. Maybe he doesn't want to, what do you call in English, zugeben. Acknowledge or whatever. Admit, yeah. I don't know, but why would he lie about it? I don't particularly dislike spiders particular and have no urge to kill them. I usually rescue them, those whom I find in the bath. And since Merry is no man, well, technically hobbits are counted towards men, but yeah, he's a hobbit. You also say technically he's a hobbit, not a man, exactly. And he's not who kills Lord Findle, to be fair. He just helps Eowyn kill the Witch King, of finishing off. Saying Lord Findle's like, no. I'm just saying that, sure, it would maybe fit, but at the end it's Eowyn killing the Witch King. And she's definitely no man. Well, she's part of men, but she's not a man. And yeah, I think Gandalf or whoever says at the end, of course it's good that Pippin got on this journey and he prevented definitely quite some hurt with his deeds on the battlefield. It's a very important deed as well. Like the scene, welcome Bobby. Always gets me the move Total War, yeah, definitely. Well, Shelob just noticed that maybe with secrecy she can get her prey easier. Sam, just an absolute machine. I also like how the spider kicks away the thing there. First blood, I would say. Samurai Slayer from Ungoliant. Well, it's not Ungoliant, it's not Shelob. It's lesser Ungoliant. Still carrying the frying pan. Well, it's one of his main weapons, I would say. Shelob can be lucky that he didn't get out the frying pan and punch her to death. What I find interesting in this context, that Frodo has that Shelob sting him, even though he has the Mithril coat on. He didn't pierce the Mithril coat though, so she must have hit him at a place where there's no Mithril coat. Or is that something I'm overlooking? Definitely incredibly brave. She stung him in the buttocks? Potentially, yes. In the film, she stings him though in... you see the mark, I think, of the sting. He has a wound of the piercing blade. And then she has like another mark on his body. We see it later. When he's getting... I don't know. When he's rescued by Sam, I think. He must have the Mithril code, Frodo, because it's later shown to Gandalf. So somehow the orcs must have gotten the Mithril code. It's, by the way, the street here. This is the Tomb of the King, and the street, the Silent Street, Rathdinen, I think it's called. Speaking of people who are not dead, kind of an interesting parallel. Rastinen, yeah. He says he's not dead. Faramir's not dead. Frodo's also not dead, as we just heard. I also like this line here. Go now and die in one way that seems best to you. I kind of like the sentence. One orc bites the dude. I was also thinking, dude, I'm kind of busy. so many things Gandalf has to do fight at the front. This is one of the scenes I don't like. It's in the book that they are confronted. I don't like that his staff breaks. That makes very little sense. Yeah, Witch King doesn't play in the same league. I wouldn't have mind if the staff would not have broken or something. If just say, yeah, he falls over or whatever. Okay, whatever. Make it more dramatic or anything. But don't tell me that the Witch King can destroy Gandalf's staff. Like, come on. That's bullshit. Exactly. It is the scene is in the book, but in the book the staff does not explode. It's like, okay, they're ready to face each other, and then the horn of Rohan saves the Witch King, basically. There's this one orc, he has this particular look on his face when they charge in. It's one of the most epic scenes. First time. Well, it just wanted to express how incredibly wrong the scene is. Well, it is. It is what it is. And it was a brand new stuff, exactly. About second appearance, no Elfam, yeah. this own awkward. He looks so funny. Party. Hey Jimmy, nice to see you. Cut to Denethor taking an oil bath. I don't understand. I mean, he says it earlier. Let's build a pyre like the heathen kings or something like this. Sometimes I wonder, what are these soldiers thinking? What's wrong with this guy? And what are we going to do after we burned him? I'm 100% sure why they chose like Fireproof Mary. Not 100% sure why exactly they chose. Why exactly chose death by fire? Isn't that kind of painful? Hobbits don't burn. Okay, good to know. And then he falls to his death. Even cloak is fireproof. Yeah, maybe. Now come the Oliphants. I kind of like that all the horns sound very different. Barbecue is back on the menu, boys. Oh, I think so. There was never much hope, just a fool's hope. Legolas CGI incoming, yeah. Some Wilhelm screams here and there. I also like the spear throw of Eomer. That was a mighty spear throw. The orcs in Taradri must also wonder. They have these little people fighting for them. And definitely, I like the face of Theoden and think, come on, dude. Really? The Witch King also attacks me. I had orcs and Urukai and Olifants and Haradrim, and now you come. The sound is so strange of this, kind of interesting sound of that the dying fell beast, let's call it, makes the winged steed. Denim has some skill with the blade, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Now come the Corsairs of Umbar. I like the scene when he jumps off of the ship, you know? It looks kind of cool when Aragorn jumps off. I also put a screenshot into my last video. Here it is. She doesn't hesitate and just hacks off his head. Yeah. From this entity. This is not different than in the films, in the books, I mean. In the books, this all happens in the Southern Thieves, the fighting with the Oathbreakers, and they're released, and then they, with the surviving forces of the South Thieves, they ride to Minas Tirith and help out there. Yeah, the blade that Merry struck into the heels of, or the heel of the Witch King is a barrow blade, and the barrow blades are really good against Nazgul, it seems, because when they were forged, there was the War of Angmar going on. I also like how the Witch King just kind of implodes after getting hit. No living men. Go, Neowin. Did the people of Arthedain get help from the elves forging those? I don't know, but they are descendants of Numenor. So in a way, I think they were also kind of good at making weapons. But maybe they got... Legolas, there's a enemy for you. I like how he tried to get up front, and then the trunk kind of tried to hit him down. Will let him scream? That still only count as one. Now, Tolkien never explains it how men are able to create weapons like that. I mean, the dwarves are also not part of the unseen. Still, they manage to make magical weapons. So, I think it's not impossible. Like or magical artifacts like the Helm of Dorlumin or Narsil was also able to hurt Sauron and cut off his finger. I think not many blades would be able. Gandalf says to when he's Gandalf the White, to the others, you have no weapon that can actually hurt me. I mean, technically maybe Andoril could hurt him, but I don't know. I think Tolkien's not very consistent about this when it comes to what weapons can do what. But I guess this is also like a very, 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 very small detail. And in the book, it's a bit different in this regard. I think this way it's definitely better. And that was the Battle of the Pelennor Fields. There's some olifants fleeing there in the background. Never noticed that actually. In the distance. Maybe, I assume they can go to Mandor's halls, I assume, and from there they go to a place unknown. Men have a different fate due to the gift of men. They're not staying there. But it can be considered that also Beren was for some time in the halls of Mandos. In the book, the battle continues when he finds, and then I think Eomer goes into some kind of berserk mode. And he becomes, at this point, successor of Theoden already. Here we have Yoreth, I think is her name. The healer in the Houses of Healing. In the background with Aragorn, and now, yeah, that's a very important scene. Not really explained in the films because this whole prophecy thing is left out, but yeah. The king has the hands of a healer is a very important detail here. So he goes to the House of Healing and heals the people there as well. And this is needed that he is recognized by the people of Gondor as their king. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and we see the ring of butter here on Aragorn's hand. And the Tower of Kiris Ungol now. A weird lamp or something on top there. Yeah, here we see the place that, like, because Frodo does not have his shirt anymore. I'm not sure. Shagrad, I think, brings it there. Yeah, you see the other mark. It's not bad aimed by Shelob there. I also like this drop kick scene here where he falls down. I don't know why. I always find it very funny. The orc just drop kicks the other orc out of the window. I don't know why. It's kind of a cool move in my opinion. And then this guy comes in, he just smells and says, whoa, and goes in. Yeah, it's kind of the idea that evil kind of hates each other as well. And here we have the watchers of this tower. They're kind of like an alarm thing device. I will not mess with Samir. Oh, who was bringing the Mithril code to Sauron? Was it Shagrad? Or was it the other guy? Gorbak, maybe. Yeah, Shagrad brings the cloak. I think the Reader's Companion, page 608. Let me just look this up. Is that the difference between Frodo and Sam? Like, Sam just is kind of able to give it to Frodo there, even though it's a tense scene. And they don't start killing each other, which is different for Gollum or for Smeagol and Deagle. Smearchol and Dearchol. Both the Tale of Years and Scheme state that on the 17th March, Shagrad brings Frodo's cloak, mail shirt, and Sam's sword to Barad-dûr. Scheme adds that he is slain by Sauron. So Shagrad is slain by Sauron for doing so. I'm not sure for doing that, maybe in anger, who knows. I like that this tower becomes like a lighthouse. With eyes searching seaward. It's kind of a cool idea to visualize that. Sam, the world's greatest gardener? Definitely. No, I'm not muted. I'm just reading something. But thank you for the hint. Yeah, Sam's not very tempted. Sam does not have the ring for very long. Yeah, as described, he definitely wild fantasies arose in his mind, and he saw Samwise the Strong, the hero of the age, striding with a flame sword across the darkened land, and armies flocking to his call as he marched to the overthrow of Barad-dûr. And then all the clouds rolled away, and the white sun shone, and at his command the Vale of Gorgoroth became a garden of flowers and trees, and brought forth fruit. Here's it, but I suppose you must take it back. Now it had come to it, Sam felt reluctant to give up the ring and burden his master with it again. You've got it, gasped Frodo. You've got it here? Sam, you are a marvel. Then quickly and strangely, his tone changed. Give it to me, he cried, standing up, holding out a trembling hand. Give it me at once. You can't have it. All right, Mr. Frodo, said Sam, rather startled. Here it is. Slowly he drew the ring out and passed the chain over his hand. But you are in the land of Mordor now, sir. And when you get out, you'll see the fiery mountain and all. You'll find the ring very dangerous now and very hard to bear. If it's too hard a job, I could share it with you, maybe. No, no, cried Frodo, snatching the ring and chain from Sam's hand. No, you won't, you thief. He panted, staring at Sam with eyes wide in fear and enmity. Then suddenly, clasping the ring in one clenched fist, he stood aghast, and so on and so forth. Inspection. If I find the part of feeling, yeah, no problem. It's not easy to find stuff that fast. And for apologize was very no, not his main weapons. That was such a cool scene. The Star of Erendil. There's another thing that's also kind of untypical for Aragorn. I don't mind that, to be honest. I think we have the same ideas in the book as well. just at different places. Now it gets into the hot phase, kind of. Literally. Mouth of Sauron. Like how, how Aragorn looks at him and say, "What's wrong with that guy?" And I'll brush his teeth for 200 years. It looks like it. I like how Gimli says, I guess that closes the negotiations. But it's very untypical for Aragorn to do that, to be honest. There's nothing Aragorn would do. I don't like that, to be honest. My biggest question in this scene is, I never noticed this, but where on which horse is Merry sitting? Maybe I have to rewatch the scene. Like, Pippin sits in front of Gandalf. Behind Legolas sits Gimli. Where? On which horse sits Eomer? Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe behind Eomer. King and Knight are friends? Yeah, definitely. No one's faster than the Hobbit. It's kind of interesting that they're sitting on their horses at the beginning, and now the horses are all gone. Gondor and Sordor. Who the fuck is wrong? Sam thinks, oh no, not this guy again. I thought we got rid of him. Spiegellight. Donk. Oh, that must hurt so much. Getting that stone against your head. In the Two Towers, he also bites Sam in the shoulder. Currently, see Legolas and Gandalf fighting, and we hear the Nazgul screaming, coming down. But now the Moss, Mr. Moss comes. It's Mrs. Moss, it's Kate Moss, I think. And the eagle fight the Nazgul. So that's where where I am currently in the film. The question is, where did Gollum just go? It's kind of a strange cut if you think about it. Like, Sam was fighting with Gollum, and then he cut him with a sword, and now he's there. Maybe I didn't look and missed a scene or something. This was a thumbnail from the current video, from this scene. Frodo holding the one ring over the fire. Yeah, the moss flies to Gandalf and the eagles are coming. Cast it to the fire, Isildur. Time that was 3,000 years ago, yeah. No. Not again. And here they planned that Aragorn has to fight Sauron here in this scene. That would be strange. Sometimes movie directors have strange ideas. But in this case, he restrained from the strange ideas. I don't know why. Also very unpleasant with a finger. Ouch. Also a change, because it's kind of difficult to sell it, I think, in a film. But yeah, in the book, Gollum just stumbles because he broke his promise, his oath. Frodo ends up with 9 fingers, just like Sauron did. Yeah, that's a good observation. Another parallel that I don't hear people talk about: one ring by removing the finger of another to get the ring off. It happens at times, like Isildur managed to cut off the finger of Sauron with the ring. Then he had only 9. And same at the end with Gollum and Frodo. It's an interesting parallel, yeah. I like how this troll is, okay, I'm out, see you next time. With this, the foundations of Barad-dûr can be destroyed or broke. I like also this delay of the explosion, kind of. Like the eye just vanishes, kind of tearing up. Let's just ignore the radiation heat of this one time for Frodo. Yeah, a bit. I mean, Merry has proved that these as hobbits are fireproof, so they're also and heat resistant. Spoiler, semi-wechsel News. Fade to Black, fake ending 1. So we have here the Eagles, Gwaihir, Landroval und Mineldor. I think 13 kids he has. Poor Rose. I always think he wakes up in Rivendell, but this can't be Rivendell. And in the book, he wakes up in the fields of Cormallin, where they had their camp. Now, Frodo doesn't know that Gandalf is back yet, so he's maybe surprised to see him. No, it feels definitely very similar, but it's the Houses of Healing. Then Minas Tirith, I would assume. Like in the book, it's a field of Cormallin where they awake. And the scene where Frodo doesn't know Legolas' name. And this guy, I forgot the name. And in the book, Frodo gives the crown to Gandalf. Gandalf crowns him here at Gimli. I think this way they could not have them stand together, all four of them. King Eomer. Like Hugo Weaving's expression in the scene. Like he's happy for her, but also kind of sad. No feud between Eomer, Gimli concerning and Gimli concerning Arwen and Galadriel. Yes. You bow to no one? Oh, as pronounced. That's a beautiful scene. He's so pleased with himself. I don't know. Safety reasons, I assume. Now, the Scourings of Shire is skipped here, but I can understand that. He's not impressed. I like how happy he is that he has this gigantic pumpkin. The Rings of Power and no thanks. Yeah, it maybe would add another hour to the film or half an hour, whatever. And also, it would be strange, and after the end, you have like another battle all of a sudden, like the Battle of Bywater and so on. The question is if the woman next to... Well, and it just... Was it... Who was the wife of Pippin? Diamond of Longcleave. And Estella Bolger of Mary. It looks like Obi-Wan Kenobi here in this scene. Lost it. I don't know, to be honest. Potentially. Yeah, the little smirk of Galadriel. Not there yet here, my version, but I know what you mean. Bilbo now 131. 1 year older, I think, than... Old Took. I think it was a first scene Galadriel did of the 3 movies. Interesting. I think that for the Hobbit, this was the last scene they shot, right? One of the last. Heart-wrenching, definitely. A big tearing up scene here. Yeah, not much to tell here. There's one note that kind of implicates that Elrond had its own ship, so I assume it's multiple ships they are sailing to the west on. Because the Palantir of Elostirion is brought on Elrond's ship by Círdan. Not sure what's with the other Palantiri. So we have the one of Orthanc that should be still there. The one of Mordor could be lost or not, who knows. We have the one in Minas Tirith that's also there. The Elostirion one, though, seems to leave. I assume because the Elostirion one can watch to Aman. And now this chapter of the elves is basically ended, except for a few elves. Yeah. Celeborn sails later. He lives also, same with the sons of Elrond, Eladan and Elrohir. They also live in Rivendell, and Celeborn lives sometime with them. And then later on the scene description about the death of Aragorn, we can also read that Rivendell is now empty. So it can be assumed that Celeborn, Eladan, Elrohir all leave Middle-earth at the end. Who knows? It would not be great for Elrond. Of course, it could be that one of the twin sons, Eladan and Elrohir, one stays in Middle-earth, the other sails to the west. Because it's kind of a thing with twin sons that one stays, the other leaves. But I think in this case it's unlikely. kind of reflecting the duality of elves, of their half-elven blood, so to say. However, they had Arwen already stay, and they are leaving. I like how the curtains at the left move a little bit. The door closes. And that is the end, chat. Where are we on the timer? 4 hours and 1 minute. So over 4 hours long. That's pretty long film in the extended edition. We made it. I know for some people it's really late already. And always difficult to find like a good compromise when it comes to starting time. Because for some it will get very late, for some it's really early due to the time zones and time differences, but that's why it's always better, I guess, to watch on the weekends. Can't have that. So now we can think about if you want to watch War of the Rohirrim also after Christmas or New Year or something. I would not stress myself too much there. It was a really busy month for me. Umush Imagine Island for Hobbits. I know, they seem to live already pretty long at times. Like some of the Dunedain get like 120, 130 as well. Maybe more frequently. Hobbits also reach this age, so it's not too bad. Okay, chat, so that was Return of the King. I want to watch this scene. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. So I just shut up for a moment, let the timer running, and back in a moment. Give you maybe an ad break or something. Okay, chat, I'm back. Hope the ads are gone. Okay, so I had one. No. I don't want to. Let's. As said, we shouldn't talk about Rings of Power. All I can say is I will never watch season 1 Rings of Power again in my life. Except for tremendous amounts of money. Maybe then I could say, well, at least I get something out of this. It's not a complete waste of lifetime. But yeah, there was Lord of the Rings. I hope you enjoyed the watch party to this point. I said I wanted to rewatch a scene. Like, there's multiple scenes I had in mind where I wanted to check something out. I can't show you the footage though. So the first one was the negotiation with the mouth of Sauron. That I found interesting in this regard. Let me, before we do this though, I stop the timer so people know the thing here has stopped. Yeah, there he sits. I think the reason why I'm confused is in the first scene, like, Merry sits behind Eomer and Pippin sits in front of Gandalf. And when he starts riding, you don't see Pippin at all. Because he sits in front of Gandalf. You see him when he starts riding, you see him from the front shot, you see the helmet. But when you see the shot from behind, it seems like, okay, wait, isn't there one Hobbit missing? Okay, now I know why I'm confused, chat. I think I get it now, chat. In this one shot, you only see 3 of the 4 horses. That's also confusing. Whatever. But yeah, everybody's there, so it's okay. It's just you don't see him in this shot, and that's why I'm wondering. Okay, got that. And then in the front shot, when It's hard to see in the front shot when the Mouth of Sauron rides in. You don't see Merry anymore. He's behind him, but he's actually there. There's one little frame where you can see the helmet behind Eomer's shoulders, looking a little bit to the side. You also see his feet if you look out for it. Okay, that scene, and the other scene was, how on earth does Gollum get does Gollum get knocked out or anything? He bites him in the shoulder, I said. I remember that. Pushes him to the side, cuts him with a thing, and then Sam looks up and moves up already. But he's just cut Frodo a little bit at the belly with a sword. Maybe sting, I assume. Could maybe double confirm it. It shines a bit bluish. And then cut to Frodo. He goes, then Sam enters. Yeah, he's not knocked out. It's interesting that Sam just swings his sword at Gollum a bit and then just moves. Not explained why he thinks Gollum is now taken out as anything. Very interesting. Just we're watching the scene here. I don't we see it really. I think always looked like it stinged him relatively low. But it seems to be on top. So not bad, chat. Not bad. That was a watch party. I hope you enjoyed that. I know it was... I wouldn't say it was spontaneous. I said a week ago Monday, and I kept Monday. And I also scheduled it quite early this time. I scheduled it like, I don't know. I can't see when I scheduled it, right? But some days ago, like several days ago, I scheduled it already. I'm off to the store real quick before it closes. I'll still be going when I'm back. Maybe not. Thinking about ending the stream because we are now there 5.5 hours. That's quite long. And it's past midnight for me. Credits still be on when you are back. Yeah, that's also... But yeah, much success. Going to the story quick. Next task here for the channel will be the all-in-one version, as said at the beginning of the video. You can also just say, if you haven't seen the current version yet, feel free to check it out. I know we're not that many people here watching today, unfortunately. But it might be the timing. Usually it was Sunday, and I couldn't make Sunday this time. So I think this is unfortunately the lowest views number on the... and unfortunately, yes, the lowest view number, I think, on the watch stream, which is a bit sad, but we also had like a video release and so on. We will see. Like, I hope that the other... Yeah, for sure, we could watch that as well. The problem is time. I just need to end this year soon, as I'm going mad. Just too much work in such a small... Well, for channel growth and performance and try to make a living of all of this, it's better when there are more people. But still, it was a lot of fun, and yeah, it's a fantastic film. I like it so much. Quality is most important for sure. That is definitely important. But yeah, I don't know. Have a somewhat okay. Like if you do this as at least part of your income, it's always scary if the channel performance tanks so much. Yeah, they had not that many scenes for them falling in love there. At least they added a few more details to this in the extended edition, even though it's still very, very few. Like in the book, it's a longer chapter. It's a chapter, The Houses of Healing, where they talk to each other and meet multiple times and so on. So I get a better understanding of what of both characters there. But yeah, it's yeah. I just hope next year things run a bit smoother. I have neglected the new channel a little bit with uploads because I was just busy finishing the last with Elrond part, which was like it took much longer than I anticipated, and was tough, really a tough video to make at the end of the day. There's still more stuff we could add to that, if I'm completely honest. And yeah, if you haven't seen it yet, check it out. Would be much appreciated. Recommend it further to others, and so on. Currently, performance isn't that. It's nothing to make me absurdly happy. Yeah, marrying the daughter, the Princess of Rohan, then it's so hard. Boromir would have married the king. Well. Oh yeah, that was something I wanted to do, right? I have to get at least the credit screenshot done. I hope includes everybody. Well, actually, I have to add a few more names to the list now, thinking about it. Yesterday we had like some gifted subs on the channel. I have to do this really quick. So chat, I don't know, we are just a few people, but is there interest in chat to watch War of the Rohirrim? I'm not sure when. Maybe next year. Like next year is like in almost like in a little bit over a week. So next year is not that far away. Consider that I still have to do the all-in-one version that comes out in between and so on. And yeah, I don't know. May we do it? I would say we will go for something like the 4th of January or something like this. Something like that. Just if you are interested in watching War of the Rohirrim, let me know in the comments or so. Maybe I do a poll as a community tab post on YouTube or something like that. Let me see. What is it? The 23rd, I guess. What's the German list here? Now I just have to figure out the people who got like a subscription to add them to the list, to make the screenshot so everybody gets a shout out real quick. Where is it? Where is my program that I need for that? Here, somewhere. We just see which is a person I have not. In the list yet, chat. It's always a bit the thing here is always a bit off and on and off here with the order of things. think I got everybody, chat. So all I have to do now is export this here. We only have a still image. Making these scrollable things with so many names on it, it just takes forever. So might come back to this. Where is it? Okay, so huge shoutouts to, of course, all the supporters here who supported me massively over the years. Thank you so much for your generosity and being active here in the community and so on. Well, quite a few by now, especially through the German Twitch channel. Quite a few, to say the least. Patreon also. Also include people who, I don't know, donate over, I don't know, a Ko-fi, the Ko-fi link or whatever, or the Streamlabs tip jar thing, super thanks, and so on. Much appreciated. Thank you for your generosity. I wish you all a Merry Christmas, nice Christmas holidays, and peaceful ones. There will be a new, like the all-in-one version of Who is Elrond, 11 plus hours long, I would assume. Not sure how long it will be. Don't be disappointed with just 10 hours or something in the end. It will be, though, in this ballpark. And with this, I think that's pretty much everything to say. I hope I did not forget anybody. If so, let me know. Then I'll add you next time. Have a good one. Thank you, people, for watching, for being active in chat, sharing your knowledge here and there. It's much appreciated. Have a good, like I said, rest of the year 2025. If we don't see each other, there might be, I'm not sure if I do a log Q&A stream next weekend, like after Christmas, in 2025, still something like this. I'm not 100% sure yet. We will see. I think of something, just let me get some days of rest because it was really tough months I have behind me. And also a tough December with a lot of work hours. So I wish you people all the best. Thank you for watching. See you next time. I run through some ads. I remove the ads later again for the most part, or reduce them massively when the video is processed. Keep this in mind. And thank you again. See you people next time. Goodbye.